Alright. Hello, hello. Gonna check if everything's working. Let's give myself a new hat. Alright, we got patches. Alright, chat's working. YouTubing's working. Alright, where were we? Dealing with that. So, on the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, we got invaded by Zoraal Ja. So we were just helping out with the railroad here before, and tunnel had earlier somewhat collapsed, and they were clearing that, but we had to go and fetch some wood to get some railroad ties. And then once we did all that, we fixed everything. The train just went off and it did its normal route, and then this all happened. Which is basically Zoraal Ja came back with a vengeance. He has an alien evasion, essentially. He went supposedly to the City of Gold, he got some things done, and as a result, he then, basically this area here, which is under the dome, I haven't been to yet, apparently it's Yasalani. It's encased in this dome, and you can't enter the dome except for one fort that's at the front of it, which I don't think we can see from here. Otherwise the dome kind of electrifies you, and so we're gonna go in there. But before all that happened, Zoraal Ja went to Tuliyollal and just laid havoc. He wants his seat on the throne. He wants to kick Wuk Lamat off. Not realizing that it's actually a duo, Wuk Lamat and Kona. I don't think he knows that. But either way, he has challenged specifically Wuk Lamat and said, if you want to keep your spot as Dawnservant, you need to challenge me. And so that's what we're going to do. We're going to go into this dome with the power of friendship. And this train. Mostly the train. The train has been rigged with aether cannons and explosives. And basically the aether cannons, and I assume us, are going to be defending the train as it goes through. And then we're going to all jump off the train, and it's going to continue on and explode open a way into the dome. Everything else is mega spoiler territory, even more so than what I just said, so I probably won't re-say it, but you can watch last episodes. Alright, so continuing with it, I also got flying in the zone, as you can see, so we can move very quickly, although essentially, we got one more quest to beat and we're leaving the zone, so. Alright, without further ado, let's get into it, shall we? All aboard! From here on out, we won't stop working until the train's ready. If you have any preparations, now would be a good time to see to them. The boarding call will come before you know it. Alright. Well, oh, what is this? I never actually noticed. There's just like a lunch table set up here. Alright, let's wait. Wait for the engineers to finish working on the train. I'll start as Pictomancer for now, and then I might move over to Summoner Darknight. We'll see how my mood is.
Right, we're just about done with the modifications, but I have to stress that we cannot afford a test run.
It's fine. We understand and accept the risks. We have faith in you and your craft. I'm sure everything will go to plan. With all the hard work everyone's put in, it couldn't be otherwise.
Sure. We have complete confidence.
Finished at last!
Alright, looks like we got wooden armor. Like the bull.
Behold, the pinnacle of locomotive engineering, the Dawn Blazer.
Pinnacle is kind of a bit of a stretch there, bud.
Amazing!
I guess for them it's pinnacle, because...
Yep, she's been fitted with wooden armor and a crystal grounding rod to mitigate the effects of lightning. Naturally, we had to overhaul the engine so it could handle the extra weight.
I also had her outfitted with etheric cannons, the better to contend with enemy forces. And as they're modeled upon those used at the Crystarium, I can attest to their potency.
Alright.
So, what do you reckon? Given the tight turnaround, I'd say we did a damn good job.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's the toughest locomotive I've ever seen. Let them try and stop us in this.
Glad she's to your liking. I hate to let go of such a beautiful piece of machinery, but I know you'll give her a proper send-off for us.
We'll build her better
At the
and
risk of
bigger next
spoiling the
time.
mood, we should probably get moving.
Yep, you won't get far if you let them pummel you from the air, but you'll be safe enough once you reach the tunnel.
In that case, I will conceal the train with a spell once everyone is on board. It should last long enough for us to reach the tunnel unnoticed.
Right. So everyone, are we ready?
We've done all we can. Rest is up to you.
I won't let you down. All aboard!
All right.
Vanish!
That's it. Whoa.
At this speed, we should arrive at the dome in no time at all.
But not before we're spotted, I expect. Stay alert!
Here we go. Stand fast, everyone!
No, you don't.
Oh dear.
Graha, jump!
High stakes indeed.
Erenville, I need you to take over for me.
Okay. I was like, what is she gonna do with that axe? Deflect bullets, apparently.
End of the line, everyone!
If it's going that fast and we jumped off, we'd be dead. Well, plan worked?
Oh, that was too close. Still alive, Erenville?
Mostly.
Well, alrighty then.
At last, the enemy stronghold. We should hurry before they can regroup.
Let's go and find out what's inside.
Sounds like a plan. The Vanguard now accessible. Alright, dungeon time? Yes. Alright, are these two going to be okay if we just leave them? The rest is up to you now. I can make my own way back, so don't worry about me. Take care and good luck. I'll remain out of sight until the fighting is over. At the risk of repeating myself, try not to do anything reckless. Who should we take with us? Form a party and enter Vanguard. Oh, okay, so unless I go as tank, I'll need both of these two. Yeah, sure, let's do that. Register for duty. All right. Level 97 dungeon. Let's get at her. Ooh, we really blew our way through, but there's a second gate. Of course.
There.
It's been a while since I've done a dungeon with Graha. Might have to start getting new gear. Enemies are having a lot more HP now. Man, I'm still in full 660. It would just go a bit faster if I had better gear, that's all. No problems doing the dungeon, I would imagine. Oh, okay. Sure you want to just jump in that?
Hold on. Double checking, I think I got something new at 97? Can't remember. That's all 96. Okay, it was all 96 stuff, okay.
Electro Wave. Oh, beware the wing blade. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Not move out of that in time. My cast was more important. Which way is your blade going? Oh, it becomes untargetable. Interesting. I guess I could have tested a motif in that time.
This should do it!
AoE. I think we stay on the inside. Yeah. Very nice. Vanguard Mask of Striking. Oh, that's kind of cool. Like a more techwear, I guess. I like how that does it in a line. Like, I'm really liking how a lot of the AoEs for Pictomancer, like, transition between, like, area around a target and then also a line. It makes it a lot more interesting. Because then your position as a player in some of these fights actually matters. Positionals for casters. I was actually wondering if they would ever do something like that. And that's kind of like basically it. Think about it. Oh, you always have to have that one behind you, Wuk Lamat. What the heck? Can't you place them together? Okay, that's a bit better. see if that hits all of them. Yep. Oh, then it died. Okay, I hit all of them. Aw, give me a time to cast my stuff. Oh, that was a donut. I could have stayed in. Good to know. Oh, I didn't see this doorway. I had to look at the minimap. Alright, let's see. This guy looks like he's got wheels on wheels. He's got wheels on his shoulders, then in his, I don't know, looks like he's gonna be Hector, wheeling around. Right? Rainbow Drip! Electro Wave. Search and Destroy. Okay. Ah! I need to cast my shit. I guess no casting. Then I got a few instants. Ominous Fence. Oh, and we can't go through those, I bet. That's way more interesting than like just the classic mechanic of it spinning around. I like that. That was awesome. Motion sensitive bomb. Okay, in 10 seconds. Aha! Defeated your logic. Oh shit. I got some instancing right now. Alright, that was pretty fun. I need like multiple swift casts. Picto. Alright. Okay, time bomb again. Oh, yeah. Oh shit, there's a fence there. Got one more hammer. Nice. That gets pretty hectic. Awesome. I guess Picto's really going to be when is the best time to cast your motifs? And obviously hammer almost every time it's up.
Show you.
Oh no, there's 3 of them. Guess what? I got some presents for y'all.
There. Allow me. Allow me.
Just the regular tank and spank ads. I like it when the ads have more mechanics. I mean, mechanics, if it was in that hallway, that would be really fun because it's such a tight space, right? That'd be a really good place to have some crazy mechanics.
Allow me.
Ooh, casting. Looking at the substats, yeah, I get like way more direct hit. But more intelligent. I'll figure that out later. Ooh, that's a lot more intelligence. I'll have to equip some of that after.
Hold on.
And of course, the one that's standing all the way out there is the one that's like at full HP. Saying, if you're a tank out there, group them together as best you can. Your casters will love you for it. Ending? Does that, what does that look like? Okay. It's like sort of techwear, but now, that such a serious breach should be allowed, but it ends now. Ophidian Outrider, Xander the Snake Skinner. Alright. So there, we redeem our honor with your lives. So there is people under there? Question mark? Or is it just this guy? Let's find out. That was a pretty cool mechanic. I mean, pretty obvious what it was going to do, but still very visually amazing. Okay, now it's going to do multiple times. Electrothermia. Oh, he's almost dead. He must be a phase 2. How could you? Yeah, there he gets revived. Alright, no more games. Soul of the Serpent, the Great Devourer, give me strength to destroy your enemies. Whoa! Alright, now the real fight begins. Maybe? Okay.
Hold on.
Buster? Shade shots. Oh, yeah, I should have read that ability. Oh, front guard. Or guard or whatever. Yeah. Screech. It's probably an AoE. Guard. Four guard. Oh, it's dead. Oh, it's ugly. Womp. Got him. Oh, yeah. We got the pugilist. What do those look like? Oh, that's pretty neat. It's time to duel. Got your Beyblade gauntlets on. Oh, we also got the shoes. That's a decent upgrade in intelligence. It's double material slot, so I'll definitely be upgrading those. Wait, what does everyone have to say? That was a most unexpected transformation. True. He was more snake than man by the end. Right, let's get moving. Now to see what's inside the dome. Yeah, very, like, sci-fi Oh, gross. Hey Lou, how's it going? Trying to see if I can see the ceiling here. Okay. How was your run the other day?
What greeted us was not the home that I had left behind. There was no mistaking we had reached Y'shtola, and yet it was wholly unlike my memories. The lands of my childhood had changed beyond imagining. To where had I returned? We tread on, the darkened skies above a mirror to my heart, clouded with fear and uncertainty.
How bizarre.
Stopping by just before Val in the stream. Alright, alright.
This cannot be Yasolani, can it?
Time do you go live at? Heritage found. Whoa. That thing is massive. Alright. Well. Materia. I'm gonna switch over to Summoner to get some EXP going on there. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. Yeah, same. What happened here? That is the question indeed. This is Yusalani? There was no sensation of passing into a different world. This couldn't be reflection, could it? Oh. Yeah, are we inside the dome? Like it's clouds right now. So I don't see the dome above us, but that could just because of the clouds. But we'll find out. I was prepared for something strange, but this, it's like another world. I don't understand. Keeps getting stranger and stranger. Indeed it does. Ooh, creamy hot chocolate. The Land of Levin. That's really cool. That green cap. All right. Doesn't make sense. That tower, was it always there? I mean, clearly not. No, definitely not. Nor the wall over there. The material's not something we use in Tyrol. It's closer to what we saw at the gate to the Golden City, or those mechanical soldiers. Such a massive structure couldn't possibly have been built in so short a time. Then I'm inclined to assume we've been transported to another location, or perhaps... Well, speculation will avail us not. We need to learn more before we can draw conclusions. Agreed. Let's take a look around then. Axe beak. Those guys look kind of funny. I think it's because like they don't have the forearms. Their forearms are the wings. They look like they'd be toppling over, you know. All right. Well, we don't have increased mount speed or flying. Haven't seen anyone so far. I recognize the lay of the land. It's definitely Yusalani, and yet... This place is isolated by the dome, yet the skies are heavy with thunderclouds. The air oversaturated with lightning-aspected aether. This place is unnatural in a way I've never seen before. Yeah, I wonder if these clouds are always permanent. That looks like a train station, doesn't it? Well, those are train tracks right there. That must be Tuliyollal Station, where the passengers disembarked. Then perhaps we'll find someone to talk to there. Let's go and investigate. There's also an Aetherite. Right. Let's go. Oh, and these like cacti are all diseased or dead or something? These plants are dead, definitely, or diseased. I mean, the grass is kind of hard to tell because it was already kind of dry. And this is like more of a tumbleweed bush. But like the big plants and trees are... they almost look like they're diseased or dead. Like, yeah, there's no leaves on this tree. That's terrible. So if it's draining the land, what else is it doing, you know? Either that or like the lightning either is just frying everything. What's that? New type of animal. Looks like evil Sonic, but like on 4 legs. Wolf Sonic. I'm pretty sure this is Tuliyollal Station, but from the state of it, I'd swear it was abandoned years ago. I'm not sure what to make of this. We should look around a bit more. Oh, there's no one left. Krile. This Aetherite is of Tuliyollal design. Maybe it's unable to like alter structures. It's fallen into total disrepair, almost as if it hasn't been used in decades. That's not good. Dilapidated building. The building is a rotting husk. It has clearly been many years since anyone lived here. I wonder if it's like warping time. Wait. Look, they got like a pause symbol on their helmet. I think this thing is broken. Let's go see what Graha has to say. He's a pretty smart dude. Amidst enormous alien structures, we have more familiar sights like this station. Okay, well that wasn't exactly helpful, but... Oh, there's a Aether current right there. This is a water tower for trains, isn't it? Yeah, it is. I mean, and then there's all this, of course. But we're trying to figure out what happened to the people. And if the train ever made it here, which, well, I mean, it did, because it was... This all happened after the train had left. But where did the people go? You find a train turntable. The thick layers of rust suggest it hasn't been used in years. Okay. So it's rusted over as well? Can they, like, control time? tracks are heavily rusted. It would seem they haven't been tended to for a long while. I mean, they say rusted, but it could also be oxidization. Looks like rust, but isn't. Finished poking around, have you? Let's gather everyone then. I want you all to take a look at this. Alright. It's one of the mechanical soldiers, long since broken apparently. But I'd say its presence confirms this is indeed Zoraal Ja's domain we're in. What about the rest of you? Did you learn anything? Yeah, rust and other things. All evidence suggests this is Y'shtola station. I've no doubt we're in Y'shtola, but I don't understand why these buildings are so run down. They were completed barely a year ago. For new structures to deteriorate and enormous ones to appear in a flash, if I didn't know better, I'd say time flows differently here. Such a thing even possible? We have encountered this phenomenon before, as it so happens. Though it may be difficult to believe, our world is but one of several. In some respects, they are similar to one another, but in others, wholly different. We call them reflections. Simply put, the rift between dimensions causes time to flow at a different pace in each world. While hours pass in one, years may have come and gone in another. But if this is Y'shtola, then we should still be in the source. The flow of time should be synchronized. I'm not sure I follow all this talk of reflections and dimensions, but if Erenville says this is Y'shtola, then it must be. Your village is a little further along, right? Erenville. Huh? Huh? Yes, it's a short distance to the northwest. Let's head there next then. Rather than talk theory, it's always better to confirm things firsthand. I think he's afraid he's never going to find his mother. Bzz, may I be of assistance? It's still functioning? Doesn't seem to be hostile, at least. Perhaps we can ask it some questions. Can you tell us where we are? Unable to confirm credentials. Bzz. Please present citizen identification. I don't know why I'm talking like that, but unable to confirm credentials. Bzz. Confirm. Bzz. Confirm. Bzz. Seems it's broken after all. It's too strange by half. Let's leave it be and get going. She's never encountered anything like these before, eh? Those lightning rods? Would you accompany me for a moment? There's something I wish to investigate. Alright. You mean go on an adventure with you, Graha? Is that what you want? Are we finally doing it? Oh, what's that big guy? Oh, he's got a big sword. He looks like a rat. Remember that one cartoon in like the 90s? The Sharks cartoon? That's what he looks like. One of those Sharks guys. Alright, Graha, what you got? Look there. The lightning appears to be drawn to those pole-shaped structures over yonder. The design suggests there's some manner of lightning rod. Oh, yeah. And then it absorbed the power. Let's go and take a closer look. I mean, there's one over there, which is kind of closer to where we're going, but alright. We can backtrack. Interesting. This material appears to be the same as that used in the mechanical soldiers and warships. On closer inspection, it appears to bear fine etchings, rather reminiscent of arcane runes, these. I suspect they're not merely decorative. I would post its use to harness lightning as a source of energy. Quite impressive technology. I'll share this observation with Y'shtola. For a blessing, the dome doesn't appear to interfere with link pearls. Thanks for accompanying me. Let's head to the village and find the others. No problem, buddy. We're in a new location. This is Aaronville's village? No sign of anyone. Let's stay vigilant. Oh, Aaronville. What in the world? Oh, there's another one of them.
My home. It's in ruins. But why? What happened here? And where is everyone?
I had a look in a few of the other houses, but they had clearly been abandoned.
Damn it all. None of this makes sense.
Excuse me? Are you looking for someone?
It's her.
I apologize for giving you a fright. However, I did have reason to keep to the shadows.
Okay.
Zoraal Ja has told me a great deal about you.
Oh, has he now?
Zoraal Ja?
Greetings, and welcome to the realm of Alexandria.
Wait, what? Excuse me?
I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
Hi, Sphene?
Queen of Reason?
If you are the Queen of Reason, is there perhaps a...
Yes, if you mean to ask if there is a King of Resolve. Zoraal Ja holds that title, and together do we reign.
Ah. Okay.
Then you're both behind the attack on Tuliyollal.
And I doubt you're here to offer us a warm reception.
No, you have it all wrong. I am not come to fight. Zoraal Ja rules alongside me, but that is a matter of expedience. In truth, we are at odds, he and I.
I can't imagine why.
It is at considerable risk to myself and my people that I come before you to beg your aid.
Our aid? I'll admit I cannot imagine King Zoraal Ja is keen to share and share alike. But if what you say is true, you're still the Queen.
Indeed. But I was once the sole ruler of Alexandria. Until one day, he appeared, bent on conquest. In my weakness, I feared his power. So I persuaded him to forego violence and strike a bargain. I would remain queen, and he would receive technology that would empower him to achieve even loftier ambitions, along with the knowledge to use it. A gamble, to be sure, but if it might spare my people...
If I may, the dome surrounding these lands was erected but recently. How is it he was able to not only invade, but instate a new system of leadership in a mere matter of days?
I've never heard of your realm. And this place is, or at least was, Yas'Alani. The house I grew up in is still here. But 3 years ago, that tower and these strange contrivances weren't. Nor was our village in ruins. Where did you come from? And what happened to the people who lived here? You must know!
I realize how confusing this all must be. Truth be told, I don't fully understand it myself. What I can say is that one day, people from your Tuliyollal suddenly appeared here in Alexandria. Or perhaps it was we who found ourselves in Tuliyollal.
Eh?
Until but recently, we were completely unaware of events taking place beyond the barrier surrounding our realm.
Does this not remind you of the Crystal Tower? How after the 8th Umbral Calamity, we devised a means to transport the Spire across time and space from the source unto the first?
I mean, like a little bit, but this is much different.
Granted, this is on a much larger scale, if that is indeed what has happened. Not only the people and structures, but also the surrounding environment. Regardless, the people of Lakeland perceived the arrival of the Crystal Tower much as the Queen describes her own experience. Sudden and inexplicable.
Oh, that's what you're getting at. Okay.
Well then, you appear to have a better grasp of our circumstances than we do. Indeed, more than I dared hope. In which case, a closer examination of the effects of this phenomenon may afford us more insights. Allow me to take you to the outskirts. A number of the Y'shtola live there as well. Perhaps your acquaintances are among them.
Hold on. If we accept, there's no guarantee we're not walking into a trap.
But if we're to defeat Zoraal Ja, we need to understand how he grew so strong. Besides...
You're right.
Queen Sphene, before we go, Your Majesty, I have to ask, did you really have nothing to do with the attack on Tuliyollal?
Noble Wuk Lamat, shall we dispense with the formalities? I'll not deny the soldiers and airships that attacked your people are products of Alexandria. But it was Zoraal Ja, not we, who fashioned them into weapons of war and laid siege to Tuliyollal.
I mean, they had like swords and guns. Those are kind of weapons, but I think she's more talking about the other things.
So he alone is to blame.
Of course.
No, I may not have prosecuted this war, but I nevertheless bear responsibility for it.
Perhaps. I know next to nothing about you, let alone what you've been through. So by all means, show us around. I think we'll learn a lot from meeting your people.
Wonderful! If you would follow me.
Oh, I want to say both those things. But I think the first option's a bit more important.
Is that concern or suspicion?
Both?
If things should take a turn for the worse, might I call upon your aid?
Yeah.
I jest, of course. But you do strike me as the most capable here.
He knows. It's like she's seen us before, because we've seen her before. Oh! Yeah, something else is up. I mean, I'm not necessarily suspicious, just more cautious. There's a lot to kind of unpack with all that just happened. Especially if you know your lore. But let's just carry on. I think it goes without saying, but we're not going to trust her just like that, right? Anyway, you look at it. Any way you look at it, a mysterious girl who appears out of nowhere, proclaiming herself a queen, is suspicious. Yeah, especially like here, and what's happened recently, and I don't know if they know that I know that I've seen her before. Well, having established that we should be wary, we could use more information. So let's head to this place, the outskirts, and see what we can learn, perhaps about Sphene as well. Yeah, let's... I think there's an Aether current around here. Probably up there. But we are going this way. A bolt hound. Oh. Kind of looks like a behemoth wolf, but like tech. Whoa, whoa, wait, what? Okay, so they can grow crops, obviously. That seems highly ineffective, just be spraying constantly, though. Like, especially in open air like that. Have you ever seen such strange contraptions? I wonder what this one is used for. I mean, it's kind of obvious. Okay, never mind. A most unusual farm, but the produce appears normal enough. See, Krile just Krile just knows. It's a relief to see the people here are well, at least. Innovations of Alexandria are nothing short of extraordinary. Those brick buildings, I've seen their like before, though I cannot remember where. Which brick? Oh, those brick buildings. Oh, that's interesting. It's like some of their technology is like fused with it. I trust you have similar farming facilities in Tyrell. They're completely different from ours. I've got no idea what all those machines do. We settled on this approach after some trial and error. The Tyrelli have their own methods of farming, which they wanted to continue employing, but the environment makes it challenging. There's too much rain and not enough light. Thankfully, the use of electropy has allowed us to fortify the buildings here, as well as provide what nature cannot. Electro what? Electropy. It's a material or electrope, maybe? It's a material we use for myriad devices and applications. A topic for another time, perhaps. If you would follow me, we're nearly to the outskirts. Alright. What are they growing? Nothing that I recognize. Maybe corn. Oh, there's a person here. Elias. The lamps seem to be about the correct brightness. Now to check the crops and see if any further adjustments are needed. Oh, he's got that thing on his head there. I wonder if he's from, if he's Tyrelli or if he's from Alexandria. There's another person over here, tending to animals. Oh, it's the Rorik. Let's see what they have to say. Oh, you have an interest in our farmland? I'll tell you anything you want to know. What kind of place is this? This is Yuppie's. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Halo. An important part of life here in the outskirts. I work along the Shaloachi, who runs the place, and we cultivate a variety of vegetables here. With the help of electrope technology, we make the most of what the land has to offer and support those who call this place home. They also grow produce inside Everkeep. but it's not the same as the plants originally from Tyrol. This farmland is mainly used for cultivating Tyroli vegetables using traditional methods. So then you're Tyroli, sort of? Tell me about yourself. Oh, you want to know about me? There's not much to tell you, but I'm Yopiakana. I don't know if I'm saying that anywhere correctly. I've always had a fondness for growing things, and I've gotten quite good at cooking various types of produce. I can also tell you how fresh vegetables are just by looking at them. Okay, that actually gave us a lot of information though. Honestly, I can't ask for a better job. Fresh air, and I get to spend most of my day with these darling Ronique. Okay, so you still call them Ronique. So some things are still same, but different. Are those dodos? Oh my goodness, are those dodos? Ah, they're dodos! Look at them. It's got like a reddish beak. Could be the lighting though. Our livestock aren't bothered at all by the lightning. On the other hand, people from Everkeep tend to be terrified by even the slightest rumbling of thunder. I wonder why. What are we doing today? My friend would very much enjoy this dodo farm. Shout out to Hika. Okay, so the Tyroli people wanted these farms, and they obviously keep livestock of Ronique and the dodos. I don't know if they call them dodos or not, but that's very interesting that the peoples of Alexandria don't like the lightning at all, so what's that really mean? It's a rather lively settlement, isn't it? In defiance of this ceaseless gloom almost. It's a relief to see the people here are well. Hopefully the same could be said for everyone in Y'shtola. Yeah, I wonder if Erinvil's mom is actually, like, well, for one, here and well. It's fascinating how they've combined traditional bricklaying with electro-based engineering. A curious blend of two cultures. Yeah, that's what I noticed, like, almost right away. I'll admit, I've seen nothing particularly suspicious yet. This is a Tonawatan village, or at least it was before the dome and these strange contraptions.
Here we are. Though you'll doubtless find much of what you see in Alexandria strange, the traditional agriculture practiced in this village at least should be familiar.
I wonder if, like, I'll hold that thought for later, actually.
Queen's Fiend? What business brings her here, I wonder?
The Queen has come!
Well, at least they know of her.
You look well, Paquine. And Katonye, I see you've already taken to your new position.
When she introduced herself as queen, I was expecting someone colder. Honestly, she reminds me of you, Lamachi.
Me?
It's only natural for a ruler to love her people. And I should like to know them as best I can, even the most trifling details.
The more you come to know them, the more you grow to love them. Who they are and what they've built.
That's it. Beautifully put.
And it would appear that she is well loved in turn.
Krile and Sveen sound very similar, like, accent-wise. I wonder if that's coincidence or not.
Your Majesty, you honor us with your presence. And who are these fine people?
Tuliyollal's vow of resolve, Wuk Lamat, and her companions. They come from beyond the barrier, but you needn't worry. They are good people and are to be treated as my honored guests.
I don't know if she knows. We had to fight our way in.
The rumors of a link to the outside are true, then. Wuk Lamat is still so young. Oh, where are my manners? I am Papone, a leader of sorts of the people living out here.
Papone? That is a ton of Woughton ring to it.
Right you are. I take it you hail from this region as well? Teshpiani, perhaps?
Yes, I do. I don't suppose you know a woman by the name of Kafkiwa?
Kafkiwa? I'm afraid I'm not sure if I've ever met someone with that name.
Oh. Mother isn't here. But it's a relief to know at least some of the people of Y'shtola are alive and well.
Your mother, you say? Now that you mention it, I do see the resemblance.
Eh?
You know my mother?
I do. Yes.
Then tell me, please, where is she?
I cannot say. Not here, but I promise I will in due time.
I have a question, Pepone. Do you recall what happened the day the dome first appeared?
The barrier? Well, I remember fixing a shelf that had collapsed after a terrible earthquake. Then the ground began to tremble. There was a brilliant flash of light, and then... Forgive me, my recollection of it all is rather poor.
You needn't push yourself, Papone. After 30 years, no one could blame you for not remembering.
So it's been 30 years. Okay.
30 years? As in 30 years in the past?
Absurd though it may sound, there is no doubt in my mind the events that led to the joining of our lands occurred 30 years ago. Which is not to say I understand why our perceptions of the intervening time are so radically different. We only just became aware of the discrepancy when Zoraal Ja's military base was completed, and we were at last able to venture beyond the barrier.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
Years. Whew. Little wonder Zoraal Ja assumed our father had already passed away.
It's not unlike how time passes differently in the First and the Source. the fluctuating space of the rift between them disrupting temporal equivalence. Perhaps the same holds true here, and time flowed faster within the dome.
Just the dome, or just when it happened? Yeah, that's my question. Do you suppose time is still passing faster here? Or has it, like, settled down?
I was able to make contact with Y'shtola not long ago via link pearl, so that shouldn't be cause for concern. And based on the Queen's account, this encampment may have come to serve as a physical bridge between the two planes, after which the dome was forced into the source's temporal flow.
Mm-hmm.
If we're to be certain of anything, we need more information.
Okay, so as long as it's connected to the first, time is the same. Before they were, like, directly connected, time was not the same.
Sphene, would it be all right if we had a look around and spoke with the townspeople?
By all means.
Time to see what we can see of Alexandria, then.
Mm-hmm.
And its people. I may yet find familiar faces among the survivors from Y'shtola.
Even if I don't understand the half of it, I would learn more of this place before we confront Zoraal Ja.
Perhaps you'd care to see how we make our living. Though we have always prided ourselves on the use of traditional Tonawatan farming methods, the use of electro-fueled technologies has led to countless agricultural innovations.
I would join you as well.
Ma'am, please, you needn't trouble yourself.
It's no trouble at all. And I promise not to cause any manner of distraction.
Reassuring words, or they would be had I not heard them countless times before. Very well, but do be careful.
She must be very bored.
Of course. I shall proceed with the utmost care. Now then, if you two would follow me, we can begin the tour.
I wonder if they're going to explain the little things on their heads.
I can't say that I trust her yet, but I trust that her affection for these people is genuine. And that's enough for me.
Alright, well, let's attune. There's a gemstone trader here. Okay, can't trade anything. Oh, I wonder what the weather's gonna be. Oh, it actually does change, because it's currently umbral static. Thank you for accessing the forecast terminal, acquiring meteorological data. Oh, okay, it tells you, like, thing. Umbral static to umbral static. Well, we still can't see the dome, even though the clouds are gone, but I guess umbral static is, you know. Touring farmlands with the queen of another nation is not how I expected to spend my day. Yeah. This is kind of interesting. Electrope has done much to improve the efficiency of their farming, but hasn't replaced everything. The people wanted to preserve their old way of life, and we did not want to force ours upon them. We went to such lengths so that our cultures could coexist, even going so far as to learn our tongue. I'm sure everyone appreciated that. Communication was thankfully not an issue, for the trolley tongue is surprisingly similar to Alexandrian. Of course, there are words and phrases for which there are no equivalent, but those can be taught with minimal effort. Through mutual respect, understanding, and patience, we Alexandrians and Trolley have learned a great deal from one another. And I am sure there is much you wish to learn as well, so please, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. Touring farmlands with the queen of another nation is not... Oh, yeah, you already said that. Rather than bore you with lengthy explanations, let us head back to the farm we passed earlier. UUP's Halo it is called. We can speak with one of the farmers when we arrive. I guess we're off to UUP's Halo. Yeah. I wonder if it's gonna say the same stuff I already talked to them about. Oh, I can fish there. I don't know if I can jump over this fence or not. Try. Yeah. Here we are. I'm sure you'll learn a great deal from the workers here. What do you suppose they keep inside this building? Hard to say. Supplies? For farming? Like a shed. Allow me to introduce you to Mahuasa, one of the most experienced farmhands in all of Alexandria. She's well versed in myriad farming techniques. Indeed, the wealth of knowledge she has shared with the other farmers is what has allowed this place to flourish. Queen Sveen, to what do I owe this sudden shower of praise? My apologies for the interruption. I am come with guests from beyond the barrier. They wish to learn more of Alexandria, and so I invited them to see how our crops are grown. I do hope that's alright. Though the rumors of visitors from the outside were true. What manner of hosts would we be to deny them a look around? And I gather your majesty also intended to check on things here? Mm-hmm. You know me too well, Muhuasa. I thought to seize this opportunity to see how the farmers fare and perhaps pepper them with a few questions. Though I do so enjoy observing and taking part in the work too. It would appear we have her permission, so please, walk the grounds to your heart's content. You go on ahead, I'll keep Sveen company. Don't misunderstand, I'm not the suspicious type, but given our positions, it would make sense for us to go around together, wouldn't you say? A fair point, but be sure not to let me out of your sights. I shall remain under Wuk Lamat's watchful eye. Pray, come find us after you've seen your fill and spoken with the other farmhands. My duties here are quite varied despite being merely a farmer. We all have to do our part if we're to prosper. Alright. Looks like we're talking to Elias. Light levels appear to be fine. As for the power source... You wish to know about my job? I tend to the fields mostly, watering the crops, keeping the soil fertile, and so on. It admittedly took some time until I fully understood how best to carry out my duties. I also manage the lamps we use in the fields. We do our best to keep everything up to code, but should they ever start to malfunction, it's up to me to fix them. The land and sky being what they are, ensuring a rich harvest makes for constant work. But honestly, I enjoy how involved the process is. With my parents being Alexandrian, I didn't grow up knowing much of anything about farming. Every day is an opportunity to learn and grow. Oh, okay, so you're Alexandrian and you chose the Tuliyollal way. Oh, an unfamiliar face. I gather this is your first time on site then. Well, this here's the storehouse, or rather the entrance. The real storehouse is underground, much more spacious, and equipped with a temperature regulation system to keep the harvest from spoiling. Since the entrance is so small, it's much easier to prevent wild beasts from wandering inside, which also makes it a viable facility for breeding and raising livestock. We've even got a few beds down there for emergencies. My parents often complain about how Alexandrian technology and electrope complicate our lives, but it's just a matter of learning how things work. Take my job for instance. I'm presently overseeing the storage of harvested crops. They'll be taken up to the tower for processing, and from there find their way to every dining table in Alexandria. The work is hard, I'll not deny, but I take great satisfaction in what we do. I wonder what the people of Alexandria did before, like, the Tuliyollal way of harvesting crops. Oh, is this some squash? And some tubers, some yams or something? Interesting. They're saying that you and yours are visitors from beyond the barrier. That true? Yeah. That is true. So it is, which means we're connected to the outside world again. Not that I have a desire to leave, mind you. I'm quite content with life here in Alexandria. But setting that aside, you're here to observe our work, right? As you can see, I'm in charge of livestock. Here at UP's Halo, we produce not only fruits and vegetables, but also meat, poultry, and eggs. Tending the animals is an absolute joy, but I have to be careful not to grow attached. It's always a little sad when they're shipped off, but a job is a job. Well, I need to get back to it, but it was nice talking to you. Please give my regards to the Queen. So they're all very quite happy here, which is not really surprising, but more of like, I guess, interesting. Better. Okay, those definitely aren't yams. Shame Kona's not here to see all these bizarre contraptions. Yeah, he'd be having a real good time. I see, don't be too hard on yourself. Anyone would have been hard-pressed to deal with such a thing. Oh, welcome back. My apologies for failing to notice your return. I gather you've had your fill of speaking with the farmers, then let us return to Mahuasa. Okay. Well, what are your impressions of the farm? Yeah. I was amazed that everyone loves their work. A curious observation. Do you not love your own work? Oh, but I jest. It's true that the people of the outskirts seem the most fulfilled. Always, they tend to their duties with good cheer. And what did you think of our little tour, Lemity? I wonder if it has something to do with, like, that thing on their heads. But what did you call me? Was that inappropriate? My apologies. I heard the others call you by that name and I thought... No, it's fine. As you said before, we've no need for titles and formalities. As for my thoughts, I was very impressed. That machines could be used to overcome so harsh an environment is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. Feeling is understandable. Indeed, many still find the machinery behind me baffling. It's a system that controls the distribution of water for the fields and livestock. It's been acting up lately, though. Acting up, you say? You needn't worry, my queen. It happens fairly often. Put simply, it's taken in water that had a strong lightning charge. We think some creatures have become charged up with the energy, and they're releasing it into the river we use as a source. The system would return to normal if the creatures were dealt with, but I'm reluctant to beg it of the army. Could take care of it if you'd like. That is most gracious of you to offer, but it is much too dangerous. Oh, it's no trouble for the vowed resolve of Tuliyollal. Regardless of how the relationships between our nations may develop, if there are people in need, I want to help. Simple as that. And Rohi is even stronger than I am. It shouldn't take us long at all. Then very well, I gratefully accept, but please take all care. This ought to go even faster if you and I search for lightning-charged fiends on our own. Good hunting. Okay. Or hunt two beasts. Probably along that river. Thunder spirits. I think that's a new enemy that I don't think I've seen that before. Can we go? Oh, we can't. The music is very interesting. It's hard to... I don't know what to think of it. Yeah, maybe I'll think on it later. Wow, you really are strong. Ah, you're both alright. Thank goodness. You really needn't have worried so much. We barely broke a sweat dealing with the fiends. They're all gone now. Of course I was worried. You're my dear guest. But thank you. We truly appreciate this. Indeed, with this, we will have to ask Zoraal Ja's machines for help. He's been making a concerted effort to bolster his forces, sparing but a fraction for the people's protection. He thinks nothing of our safety, unlike Queen's Fiend. That's enough, Mahusa? If you have grievances, I will hear them later, but to speak of the king now... No, she's right. He's never been one to look after his people. Anyway, thanks for letting us tour the farm. The folk here are delightful, and it was a pleasure to meet them. You couldn't have favored us with more uplifting words. My people are my pride and joy. You never fail to let us know how much you care. Of course, you're my precious family, all of you. You seem a good sort, Fiend, that I'll admit. But you'll forgive me if I'm not ready to lower my guard for the enemy queen just yet. For you to be called that, I dread to imagine what villainy your majesty has committed. Come now, this is no laughing matter. A ruler is responsible for the welfare of countless lives, and one wrong decision can lead to untold suffering. Failure is unconscionable. Now, I believe we are done with the farm. Let's move on, shall we? Zoraal Ja, you bastard. My apologies for laughing earlier. Your friend painted an image so far removed from the fiend we know, I couldn't help myself. Perhaps we should head back to the outskirts. I dare say your friends will also have returned by now. My thanks again for dealing with the fiends. Come and visit us anytime. I wonder if, like, the crown on Sveen is similar to these devices? Or, like, if she's able to... control things with it? I have all sorts of grand ideas. Sinister ones. Probably just like a communication device. There is so much of Alexandria I would love to show you. You hear that?
What's happening over there?
It's nearly time.
Time for what?
I'm glad you could make it.
Are you with us?
Queen Sphene has come to see you.
We're here, Namika. Everything is going to be all right.
Oh, Wuk.
What's the matter, dear?
It can't be. That's the bangle I gave to Namika.
You know her?
Of course I know her. She was like a mother to me.
I see. She was always willing to lend a kindly ear to others, but rarely did she ever speak of herself.
Is it really you?
She must have arrived shortly before the barrier manifested. For us, it was perhaps days, but for her...
Namika, it's me! Wuk Lamat!
I'm afraid her time with us is nearly at an end.
Has she no more soul cells?
She always used hers sparingly, but at her age, it wouldn't make a difference.
Ma'am, the ushers have arrived.
Thank you, Namika, for your many years of friendship. Take comfort in the knowledge that this is not the end. Be not afraid. Your memory will live on, in us.
Living on in memory. The Giants share a similar belief.
Wait! Where are you taking her?
Worry not. She is being escorted to a medical facility in the tower. There we will ease her burden. I had hoped to make arrangements for her sooner, but she wished to remain here for as long as possible. I could not bring myself to refuse her.
Is there any way I might stay with her for a little while longer? We may not share the same blood, but she was my mother. Please.
Let us give them some time alone.
She didn't speak, but I'm grateful that I could be with her at the end. Thank you.
It's not the end.
Hmm?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking that we have much to discuss. Where shall we begin?
With what we can be reasonably certain of, perhaps. Between what we have witnessed and the testimony of Alexandria's inhabitants, it's safe to say that two distinct lands have indeed become one. What's more, having met Namika, there is no denying the divergence in the passage of time. Taken together, these phenomena strongly suggest that some manner of cross-rift displacement has occurred. Specifically, the displacement of Alexandria from another reflection to the source.
It does seem the most likely explanation.
What perplexes me, however, is the scale of said displacement. It far exceeds what could conceivably be achieved with a Void Gate, or even with the Crystal Tower. In essence, we are dealing with a localized instance of dimensional compression. The Ascians would no doubt liken it to a rejoining.
What?
Which invites the question, how was such a feat accomplished?
I wish that I had an answer for you, but this talk of reflections and dimensions is well beyond my understanding. I can only tell you that we lived peacefully under the barrier's protection for many, many years, until the day that peace was suddenly broken.
If I may clarify, the barrier predates Alexandria's displacement.
By several hundred years, yes. To when the continent we call home was ravaged by a devastating cataclysm. The barrier was erected to isolate us from the surrounding land's noxious influence.
I see. And it was only later that it was whisked away, along with its contents, by means unknown.
In other words, Sphin's as lost as the rest of us, right? The Alexandrians didn't mean to end up in Tural.
But of course, our next stop ought to be Everkeep. That tower over yonder. Once you have been registered as my guests, you will have access to Solution 9 and its residential district, where you will doubtless gain invaluable insight into Alexandria's state of affairs. Unfortunately, I cannot take you directly to where Zoraal Ja resides.
That you'd let us in it all goes a long way toward proving you're not content to let Zoraal Ja do as he pleases. But we're not talking about a simple difference of opinion here. I've come to avenge my father. And to do so, I intend to take Zoraal Ja's life. Are you willing to stand by and allow Alexandria's king to be slain?
A fair question. Permit me to answer it thus. My people come first. Their welfare is paramount. I will do everything in my power to keep them from harm. It is a ruler's duty. Now, I am off to register you at Everkeep. It may take some time, but you shall find the entrance open to you in due course. Oh, and ere I forget, your mother, Kafkiwa, you might try the Thunder Yards to the east.
The Thunder Yards? Is that where she is?
I'm afraid I can say no more than that. Make for the Thunder Yards, and all will be made clear.
It's not as if we have other pressing business. Not until we can get into this Everkeep, anyway. Thank you for earlier. And for being a friend to Namika these past 30 years. It means a lot to me.
Namika? I'm sorry, but I don't know who you mean.
Eh?
What? We were just with her. If this is some sort of a joke, it isn't funny.
I don't mean to give offense, but I honestly have no idea who you are talking about. I'm sorry.
How can you not know who she is? You're in charge here. She was under your care.
Then in all likelihood, my memories of her have been stored in the cloud. Any person seemingly forgotten without reason is probably there, in the cloud. Oh, I really must be getting back to work. If you'll excuse me.
So, like, she was just deleted? What? This is very unsettling. And you can say that. We'll see how it is with other people. As far as I could tell, Peppoane genuinely had no recollection of Namika. I've never seen or heard of anything like this before. Alright, something's really up with those head things. What's going on? How could Peppoane... I almost said pepperoni. Suddenly forget about Namika. It's as if he never knew her. Could the same thing have happened to others as well, I wonder? There's only one way to find out. Let's make inquiries about Namika in the area. We can reconvene afterwards at the Aetherites. Okay. Working residents. An old woman named Namika? I'm afraid I don't know that person. I'm sorry I couldn't be of help. This isn't where no, this isn't the same building. I do recall caring for someone until recently, and you say that it was a woman named Nemika? Well, I can't say for certain if it was her. I wouldn't worry. I'm sure she's just been taken up to the cloud. Say more than that? It's not common, but it does happen from time to time. Okay. But what happens later? It's the occupied residence. That? Do I know a Namika? Never met anyone by that name, and I've worked at the outskirts for a good while now. If she'd spent time here, I would remember. Indeed. So it was the same for everyone. Not a single person remembers Namika. It's as if the memory of her has been purged from their minds. While such a thing might be done with magic, to alter the memories of so many at once would be a tremendous undertaking. We would have felt a surge of aether corresponding to the act, too, and I sensed none in that moment. Neither did I, but I did notice something else. Right before Pepoene seemingly forgot, a light in the device on his head began to blink. Could there be a connection? Someone also said something about soul cells. But who might we ask about this? If we continued making such inquiries, I expect we would only cause confusion. Indeed, if we can't readily solve the mystery about Namika, perhaps we could search for Kakuya instead. Sven said to try the Thunder Yards. It should be in this direction. Impossible. Another kind of mechanical soldier? It looks dangerous. We'd better destroy it. That doesn't look very dangerous. Should we give chase? I think it understood our words. It might be worth asking it some questions. Ernville, are you alright? You look like you've seen a ghost. It's nothing, I'm fine. Well, it went off in the direction we're headed anyway, so let's try to track it down. Huh. Curious. Very curious. Nothing but birds over here. I mean, we're on a farm. No sign of it over here. Voice. Could it be? I don't see Isaiah or Graha. This one. Found it? Yeah, it went over to that cave over there. The northeast? Then it must be bound for the mines. Come on then. It could well be a trap, so let's not rush in too quickly. I think it's safe to assume it went into the mines. An old coal mine, it appears to have long since been abandoned, like so many other places. The stones in these crates, could it be turquoise? So it went in here. I heard faint voices coming from inside. Though it's not alone, but we're still going in, of course. This may be a trap. Be ready for a fight, everyone. Alright. Oh, I can mount. Oh, there's the Aether current. It would appear no one has worked these tunnels in quite some time. I'm not worried, we've had to improvise countless times before, after all. Tunnel just keeps going. A device made with electrope, it seems to be the only one here. Interesting. I can hear them, several people up ahead. Can't make out their conversation with the echoing. Let's keep going, stay on our guard.
What is this?
Ironville!
A trap?
They don't have the things on their heads.
It really is you! Huh?
Eh.
Who?
I just had to get a look at you in the light. And I can still hardly believe my eyes. But it is you, my darling.
My darling, what now?
Oh, it's so good to see you, my fussy little bun bun. But what are you doing here? What brings you all this way?
Fussy little bun bun? We're not gonna let him let that down.
Why the long face? Aren't you happy to see me after all this time?
I'd know that laugh anywhere. Mother?
Wait. Since when was your mother a weird floating thing?
And what have we here? Say, aren't you Zoraal Ja's kitten? I knew I recognized that adorable fuzzy face. MSQ was always so excited whenever you invited him over to play. You remember me, I hope?
I can't say that I do, but you knew my father?
Appearances notwithstanding, it would seem this is my mother, Kafkiwa.
I'm sorry?
Oh, but this won't do. Come in! Friends of my MSQ are always welcome.
All I ask is a little forewarning, but no.
Just when I thought I was starting to get a handle on this place. How are things still getting stranger?
I mean, I feel like this is only the tip of the iceberg, all things considered. Carnival's mother is a floating machine. Right, that makes about as much sense as everything else thus far. At this point, I doubt anything could possibly surprise me. The Alligans had machines that could be controlled remotely. Is she using something similar to communicate with us? That's a good theory. I can't say I understand what's going on, but at least Kakuika is safe. As far as I can tell, this is indeed my mother. I can think of a few people in the world quite so spirited. But as to what's happened, we'll need to ask her. Let's hear what she has to say. All right. It's so wonderful to meet you all. And the students of Beldessian, it's been a while since I heard that name. Dare I ask the reason of your appearance? Oh, this? It's just a body that I control remotely. I use this for our operations. Ah, Graha was right. We're members of a resistant organization, Oblivion, we call ourselves, and our goal is to thwart Zoraal Ja's ambitions for conquest. As the leader, it's prudent that I remain where I can't be easily found. I see. Whimsical appearances notwithstanding, yours is a serious cause. Right you are, though truth be told, Oblivion was founded for an altogether different purpose. And that is... As I expect, you've already noticed, everything you see within this dome, the buildings, the people, the very earth beneath our feet, is a fusion of two worlds. Stopping such a fusion was Oblivion's original mission. Then does that mean you know who or what is responsible for it? I'm afraid not. This was a long time ago, and our mission statement has become more of a legend that's passed down to members. By the time we joined, our sole objective was stopping Zoraal Ja. But we failed to do that, and now he's taken his army outside the dome. Any of you wear those strange devices on your heads. Does that have something to do with your work? Well, there's one on the table. You mean this? It's a regulator, the pinnacle of electro-technology, and that we don't wear it is indeed related to our operations. What exactly does it do? Allow me to explain. His name is Geode. Regulators have two primary functions. The first, as the name suggests, is the regulation of the wearer's reserve of souls. Should they die, the regulator expends a soul to bring them back to life. Reserve? You mean people walk around carrying spare souls? They do. Souls are packaged in cells, and they can be used to replenish the life force that is lost due to sudden death, such as in accidents. They do nothing for those who die of old age, though. Distribution of soul cells is based on one's work evaluation, to encourage exemplary performance when fulfilling their duties. Souls as a common resource, and payment for services rendered. Maybe that's why everyone was so happy, because they were forced to... The void-sent practice of consuming others for their aether comes to mind, and similarly, I expect that the act comes with some risk. Yeah, Zero would definitely... know a lot about that. Oh. Very good options. Doesn't it dilute your sense of self, or wouldn't the consciousness of others corrupt your own? I guess it really... Yeah, let's just go with the first option. Doesn't it dilute your sense of self? you lose yourself in the use of soul cells. This is prevented through memory management, a process in which regulators also play a role. What? Memory management? Then the reason everyone has forgotten Namika's existence. The regulators are constantly recording the memories of their wearer, so if they should suddenly die, their memories can be refreshed as part of the restoration process. This is how they preserve one's identity and sense of self. However, the regulators are also triggered when someone else dies. Reason being is that regulators forcibly extract memories relating to the deceased from anyone wearing one. Why would they do such a thing? It's a kindness bestowed upon the people of Everkeep's core system, so that no one has to suffer the pain of loss. So, this is what is meant by their memories being in the cloud. Indeed. All memories of the deceased are wiped from the minds of the people and archived in the system. It's a frightening function of the regulators and an internal step in soul cell production. You see, when a person dies of natural causes, their soul is temporarily housed within the regulator. It's then delivered to a facility where memories are separated from the souls. The result is a fresh soul cell, free of impurities, ready for distribution and consumption. So, then a single soul never returns to the ethereal sea. Meanwhile, the memories are stored in the core system to be remembered forever. And this is why people are happy here? On its surface, it's similar to the Yakwei philosophy, but I see nothing noble or comforting in it. Well, it doesn't seem so terrible to me personally. All comes down to what you're used to, I suppose. Like the barrier encasing Alexandria, this system was created to overcome the calamity that transformed the world hundreds of years ago. Amidst the mounting death toll, scientists used Electrope to devise a means to save what lives they could so that the nation could endure. I understand the people of Alexandria did what they believed was best to save their people. I just find it hard to believe the Tuliyollal would also accept this way of living. It came as a shock to us as well. In fact, a great many were opposed to it. Which is why the use of regulators was never compulsory. People have always been free to go without them if they so wish. This fiend didn't strike me as the sort of ruler to impose her will on others. Ah, so you've already met. She's the one who suggested we come to the Thunder Yards in the first place. She also said she wants to help us stop Zoraal Ja. Awfully kind of her to point you in my direction, and to speak so candidly as well. Whatever her motives, she has given the people a choice. Live with the risk of true death, or the security of the regulators. Everything that lives must someday die. That is the natural order of things. Quite right, but however you feel about them, it would be easier to understand what the regulators are capable of if you saw it for yourself. I know just the person to show you, and as luck would have it, they should be starting work right about now. Who are we going to see exactly? Come with me and you'll find out. This music track has like that like underground Garlean vibes to it. You know, in Tertium, I think that's what it's called. Is it? Yeah, Tertium. This area over here. Train track or whatever. Take care not to get struck by lightning out there. One fellow reckoned you could dodge them by jumping back the instant there's a flash, but that's crazy if you ask me. Person's name is Nostalgia? Firearms make the most sense for people. We don't have combat training like us. That's why we salvage as many as we can from the mechanical soldiers and convert them for our use. Nostalgia is my twin sister. Like most people, we both used to wear regulators, but, well, let's just say a lot happened. This is like a radio system of some sort. Okay, he's recommissioning a weapon there. What's down here? Just junk. Earth and Sky hideouts. Well, that's all very, I don't know what to make of this just yet. Let's find out more, and then I can maybe piece together more things. So those regulators are to blame for everyone forgetting Namika, for forgetting what a wonderful person she was. We're to see how the regulators work, but how? I'm sorry, but I can't just accept the idea of using souls as a resource. To alter the memories of the populace with such precision is no small feat. What does she intend to show us? You know what's really weird? I'm reading a book right now for my book club that's like all about memory altering. Like it's a science fiction book, and this is wild that this is happening at the same time. Everyone here? Good. It is the responsibility of the Thunderyard's hunters to fell any fiends found wandering the area. We're to meet an acquaintance of mine, Strika, one of these hunters. Right. Effective sentry S8. Effective sentry G8. I wonder what's SB. Or no, S8. S8 and G8. What do you think is in this box? I'm guessing food. Out here? Probably weapons or ammo? Judging by its name, I take it this facility is for gathering lightning energy. Wait, how close are we to the building? Pretty far still. Given the opportunity, I should very much like to study Electrope on behalf of the students. While I am not blind to the potential benefits of these regulators, the risks inherent in giving another party the power to alter your memories cannot be overstated, never mind the ethical considerations of using souls in such a fashion. Brings up a very good point. Well, several points. Get this over with. Strika will show you what life can be like wearing a regulator. Okay. Ahuika? What are you doing here and with so many friends? Apologies for the interruption, but I was hoping they might observe you at work. Hunting, you mean? That's fine, I guess. Hold on, I assumed they were wearing special regulators like Queen Sphyn's crown, but they aren't wearing anything at all. It's much too dangerous to be here without one. What if they're struck by lightning or attacked by beasts? I can assure you, they're all quite capable of looking after themselves. If anything should go amiss, I will take full responsibility. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Danger aside, there isn't really much to see. Akuya said you're a hunter, but wouldn't it be easier for those mechanical soldiers to guard this place? It would, if not for the fact they're weak to lightning. The Thunderyard being what it is, they've been ordered to steer clear. Some good they are, eh? But these facilities are vital to the upkeep of Alexandria's infrastructure, so it falls to hunters like me to deal with any fiends. Given the danger, we're all well compensated for our work. It's a perfect profession for anyone looking to build up savings. Special selection of souls for hunters isn't terrible either. I brought this lot here to see this danger you speak of, if it's not too much trouble to ask. Ah, of course. In which case, it'd be a shame to waste my efforts on just any old beast. You all can handle yourselves in a fight, right? If you cause a ruckus slaying what critters you see nearby, there's a chance you'll draw out something worthy of a demonstration. Alright, same old, same old. I'm not sure I understand, but I suppose we should each slay what we can. My fussy little bun was never good at fighting, and this body of mine isn't suited to it either. We leave this work in your capable hands. Fussy little bun. I'm afraid I must leave the fighting to you. Alright. Wonder if those things are hostile because we're not wearing the things, you know? Ooh, a fate, but I'll do that. I'll do the fate thing off stream. Charged hands. There's a big ugly. This one I'll do nicely. She's a monk or pugilist. We'll help you. It's fine, really. I've faced worse. Just watch. Don't get petrified or whatever. Don't like the looks of this. Let us help. Oh no. Look out. Ugh. 12 preserve. She needs healing. Monster still there? That was embarrassing. Bastard caught me off guard. Are you mad? Seriously? Let us help. I told you not to worry. This will only take a moment. Wonder if she did that on purpose. She really did just go Kaioken times 10. Just like Zoraal Ja. Come on, let's get out of here. Just like that. That's also a function of the regulator? I wonder if it uses up a soul cell. Like, she just used 2 soul cells if that's the case. I think I understand now how Zoraal Ja was able to return from the dead and defeat Papa, but I'm not sure what we saw at the end there. As soon as the regulator turned red, it was as if you were possessed. Your movements became beast-like. Don't tell me, you empowered yourself with the soul of a beast? I'm reminded of the serpentine soldier we encountered at Vanguard who did the same. Though you've crossed paths with one of the King's elite, such a form can only be achieved from gorging yourselves on souls. We could do the same in theory, but it's incredibly dangerous. Besides, it's not as if we'd allow hunters to carry that many souls to begin with. Well, I should be getting back to work. Take care. Weird how she's so, like, nonchalant about it. And there you have it. Regulators can be loaded with 2 kinds of souls, those of peoples and those of beasts. Souls of people can be used to grant the user preternatural strength. Naturally, they can also be used to ensure no one suffers an untimely death. And what about the souls of beasts? They work much in the same fashion, imbuing you the strength of the chosen animal. If, for example, you use the soul of a wolf, you would grow more agile and feral, as you saw with Strika. Using several of the same type at once, however, would result in physical changes. Your teeth might become fangs, your nails claws, too many and you'll become more beast than man. Changing one's form through the souls of other beings becomes more and more reminiscent of Void Sense. Yet, unlike the Void, where the cycle of death and rebirth is simply broken, souls here are forcibly taken before they might reach the ethereal sea, different means to achieve similar ends. A cycle to which all within the dome are bound. This is wrong. This is all wrong. It is indeed hard to accept, being so far removed from our own beliefs. Perhaps more shocking is that the technology to achieve all this was developed hundreds of years ago. The civilizations in the reflections are surprising indeed. Yeah, it's a lot to think about. I need a headache just doing it. Okay. I've never seen it for myself, but it's said that if a beast soul is potent enough, a single soul is enough to induce a monstrous transformation. Teen speaks of lived experiences that suggest she's far older than she appears. Considering the power of these regulators, perhaps it's not so far-fetched. Yeah, I wonder if she's like not human. You know. When MSQ spoke of surprising civilizations and other reflections, I wonder if he had Alexandria in mind. Having seen the beauty of the ethereal sea firsthand, I simply can't accept what they've done here in Alexandria. I understand this is part of their culture, but if it's no less disorientating. Oh, disconcerting. While we all have our thoughts on souls, for now the important thing is we know what power Zoraal Ja has at his disposal. So we'll have to get rid of this thing. It is one thing to separate corporeal aether from incorporeal aether, but to strip memories from the soul entirely is unprecedented technology. This is no longer only Tuliyollal's concern. With his newfound power, Zoraal Ja has become a real threat to the entire world. Indeed, he has to be stopped no matter the cost. Regulators give Zoraal Ja a frightful advantage, and that's just one of the devices he's gotten his hands on. Yeah, if we're to have a chance at defeating him, we have to learn all we can about the technology he has at his disposal. So, I wonder what else he has access to, and what Sveen has as well, because I feel like, as nice as she is, she's putting on a little bit of a show. Ooh, cake. That means it's going to be a great quest if it's cake as a reward. I trust you've gained an insight into the use of souls in Alexandria. It's shocking, I know. I was overwhelmed myself at first. I expect you'll need some time to digest it all. But for now, let's head back to Earth and Sky. This rates. There's something I want to discuss with everyone. Let's take a moment before we head into the tunnel. Okie dokie. I understand the argument that we should keep an open mind if this practice is integral to their culture, but every fiber of my being rails against it. To think that everyone has lived here for 30 years, long enough to become accustomed to the way of life. What does Lamat wish to discuss, I wonder? As well that we could see firsthand how regulators are used to draw upon even the souls of fiends. Shudder to imagine how powerful Zoraal Ja could become. Especially if they had like a very potent hole, as they mentioned earlier. I'm sorry for delaying us, but I have some thoughts I need to share. In both technology and values, it's plain there's a wide gulf between Tuliyollal and Alexandria. Well, and kind of anywhere else. And while Zoraal Ja knows everything about us, we know hardly anything about what he's become. Indeed, we haven't even seen what lies within that enormous tower, Everkeep. So here I'd like to make a proposal. That is, we work with Krile and her people. We need to learn as much as we can about the enemy. The quickest way would be to join hands with Oblivion. We've only just met them, I know, and we shouldn't be too quick to trust, but the fact remains that they share a desire to stop Zoraal Ja. Sveen, too, claims to be at odds with the King of Resolve. May I ask why you would cooperate with Oblivion instead? It's simple, really. Their leader is Erenvil's mother. Meanwhile, yeah, that's pretty simple. Meanwhile, whatever Sphene may feel, she's a ruler of this nation. There's a greater risk in working with her and less reason to take her at her word. A fair point. In knowing Zoraal Ja, we must assume that his arrangement with Sphene was not made with some consideration. All I know is that it would be heartening to have allies in this strange realm. I think everyone would agree that any help we can get would be welcome. Hold on, there's no guarantee that it's actually my mother behind the machine. Without seeing her in the flesh, we can't rule out the possibility of a ploy. If it turns out to be a trap, we endanger not only ourselves, but everyone in Tuliyollal. As you say, we have no proof that it really is Kahuya. But I make my proposal in full awareness of this. Whether we're going to war or striving for peace, we need to learn as much as we can. Otherwise, we can't hope to do anything meaningful. As it stands, we know too little about this realm. We need to remedy that. We need to study the enemy, and when the time comes, strike down Zoraal Ja for good and all. What's more, I trust you, Erenvil. You've always had a great instincts, honed from your time training under your mother. What if I'm wrong? What if sentiment is clouding my judgment? Trust you as well. I believe. It's always the way of it with you. Fine. If you're set on this, then I'll say no more. Then it's settled. Let's head inside and secure ourselves some new allies. Okay. I agree with Wuk Lamat. It's a gamble regardless of whether or not we choose to work with the people here, and more knowledge is better than less. While I'm all for dealing with Zoraal Ja, we need to consider how our actions may affect ordinary Alexandrians. We're not the enemy, after all. The Vower Resolved is possessed of conviction and flexibility both. If the tales are true, she learned much in the course of the rite of succession. I'm unaccustomed to seeing her make decisions like a ruler. Better that than her former facilitating self, though. With the resources at their disposal, I'm hopeful that Kakuya and her people will make great allies. You understand how regulators work now, I trust. It's one of those things that's best seen in action. Oh, hello again. The wildlife can be dangerous out there. You need to take care if you don't wear a regulator. Kakuya, there's something I need to tell you and your people. We came here for no other reason than to strike down Zoraal Ja. But I thought he was your brother. Do you really mean to kill your own kin? My kin invaded our nation and murdered our people. As Vower Resolve, it falls to me to bring him to account. I am prepared to do what I must, and I won't hesitate when the time comes. Like us, you and yours oppose Zoraal Ja. In light of this, I propose that we work together to stop him once and for all. I realized that this is sudden, that it's a gamble to trust someone you've only just met. But I would trust in the conviction of anyone who shares my goal, so fight with me, I beg you. As you say, our goals align, and I don't doubt your resolve in the least. If you hadn't proposed working together, I would have done so instead. Truth be told, it's been tough going at it alone. While we've gathered ample intelligence, we don't have the strength to take decisive action. Besides, how could we not trust you? My only son is with you, my fussy little bun. He's all the reason I need. Then it's decided. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Wonder if we'll get to actually meet her. Thank you, Kakuya. Everyone, together, we'll achieve great things, I'm sure of it. Then let's not waste any time. We've been wondering about Zoraal Ja's whereabouts. Is there a palace inside that tower? After a fashion, the king resides on the uppermost level, but while Queen Sphene has a penchant for going out in public, he seldom shows himself. What's more, his movements are highly classified. Not even his commanders are privy to that information. If anyone knows where he is at any given time, it could only be the queen. Even if we don't know his whereabouts, Zoraal Ja will eventually march on Tuliyollal again. That's when we can go after him. The drawback is we'd have to wait for the invasion to happen, innocents would be put in harm's way. There's also the possibility that he'll leave everything to his minions and not command the army in person. No, he'll take the field. What makes you so certain? My brother has always yearned to surpass our father. That's why he attacked Tuliyollal. After waiting for 30 years, the first thing he wanted to do was demonstrate his newfound strength. But killing Papa didn't satisfy him, so now he's bent on proving himself stronger than me and Kona, who bested him in the right of succession. He challenged me to strike him down. He wants a duel to show everyone that he's superior to the Dawnservant, and he won't let his minions deprive him of the pleasure. And why hasn't he appeared and given you your chance? Surely he's aware of our presence here. That, I can only guess. Perhaps he wants to dazzle us with his wondrous realm. But if he won't deign to appear, then we'll force him to do so. Even as we gather intelligence, we make no move to attack him, show absolutely no interest in a confrontation. Knowing him, he'll tire of waiting and turn his attention to Kona instead. He'll attack Tuliyollal again, like he said he would. I see. If you believe this the best approach, then we have no objections. Any campaign against Tuliyollal requires that Zoraal Ja lead his forces through Vanguard. We'll have lookouts keep an eye on it day and night. Such a strategy is certainly viable. If we're proceeding with it, though, we should warn those outside. Indeed, they'll need time to prepare their defenses. I should be glad to coordinate our efforts. I'm already in regular contact with Y'shtola, and we'll make sure to keep our comrades apprised of developments. You can leave Vanguard to us. We'll send word at the first sign of movements. It seems we have a plan. While we wait for Zoraal Ja to move, you do well to prepare for battle, and it begins with the familiarizing yourselves with the technology that empowers him. To that end, I'll show you to Oblivion's main headquarters. Oh? I thought this place was it. You'll be impressed to know that we're located right inside that tower in the residential district of Solution 9. Hiding a tree in the forest, as it were. The only question is how to get you through the checkpoints. Ah, how about that? Sphene said she'd make it so that we could enter without issue. It? Curious. She's not supposed to have such authority over the sentries. If I recall correctly, her words were that she would register us as guests. I see. Perhaps we're in the clear then. Or it's a trap. When you're ready, come and meet me at the tower entrance. Before you head out, give us a moment to introduce ourselves properly, eh? After all, names are good to know when working together. The intelligence that Kakuya and her people possess will be very useful to our efforts. If this isn't their main headquarters, I can't imagine what the actual place is like. It's eerie hearing my mother's voice come from that peculiar machine. Between making new friends and entering the tower, I can't help but feel a little excited. Is it just me, or are Erenville and Kakuya complete opposites in personality? Yeah, pretty much. While Oblivion has operatives all over, we're the main crew here. I'm Geode, the leader of this hideout. And the dependable young twins behind me are Nostalgia and Wayakwe. I'm Nostalgia. It's a pleasure to meet you. My sister and I were born and raised inside the barrier. We've been with the Oblivion for 3 years, and our main duties are surveillance and provisioning. Twins, eh? That explains the resemblance. Wayakwe has a Tonawatan name, unless I'm mistaken. That's right. Her mother is Tuliyollal, and her father is Alexandrian. They wanted to honor both cultures. They're beautiful names. Thank you. Though I have no memories of my mother, I like to think I carry a part of her with me. So what made you decide to join Oblivion? We wanted to avenge our father. Ambrose was his name, and years ago he was taken away after a scuffle with a soldier over a disagreement. It was a minor incident, so at first we clung to the hope that he'd be released. But when months went by with no word from or about him, we made the decision to remove our regulators. We had already lost the memories of our mother. We didn't want to lose those of our father as well. They've all forgotten about him now, everyone who had known him. That bastard, even here he thinks nothing of his own people. Sometime later, we were approached by a member of Oblivion, hoping to get justice for our father. We joined the Order. Sorry, I didn't mean to darken the mood. No, I appreciate you sharing this. Together, we'll avenge your father. Thank you. Something tells me you have what it takes. You introduce yourself too now. Go on. It's pretty much the same story for me. And while mine is a Tonawatan name, I haven't the faintest how things are outside the barrier. It's my dream to go and see it with my own eyes, her mother's homeland. Once peace is restored, you must come and visit. The wilds are beautiful, the food delicious, and everyone's so nice. You'll love it. And that's us here. You'll meet others in the back room. That's our headquarters. Some of them are a little eccentric, but they have good hearts all. Ah. Elin Shipya, one last thing. It isn't exactly my place to say this, but thank you for seeking out Kakuya. She talks about you so much, it's clear how important you are to her. That's all. Be good to your mother while you still can, eh? Well, we'll let you go now. Feel free to use this hideout as you like. Got the cake. Yay. Nom 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 nom. Meanwhile, in Everkeep. Oh, what? Is this Amazon headquarters? Oh.
You've been consulting with Wuk Lamat. No matter. I do not know what you are scheming. But when your realm lay on the brink, you were powerless. You had no choice but to turn to me. Whatever sentiment you may feel for her, it is my power you require. Is it not?
Perhaps. And yet, knowing the love that Wuk Lamat bears for her people, how she regards them all as kin, I cannot help but wish to spare her the same pain I have suffered. What's more, her friends possess new knowledge. Were we to work together, we might find another path. I know you're loath to consider it, but is there no hope for peace with Tuliyollal? What we've already done may be unforgivable, but it needn't continue. You needn't kill your brother and sister.
I slew my only flesh and blood. Yet you attempt to sway me with an appeal to family. The memory of my father's final moments still fills me with disappointment. Age came for him before I did. For long years, I sought to prove the miracle. And weak as he was, defeating him achieved nothing. To kill them is my only recourse. Wuk Lamat and Kona, who bested him as he was in his prime.
They are still your siblings, even if not by blood. That such bonds should mean so little to you.
I am bound to no one. Serve none save myself. I made that clear when first you spoke to me in the Golden City. Remember, I can easily kill your beloved family. If you would protect them, cast aside any foolish notions. Your wisdom and abilities are valuable insofar as our goals align. So think well before you act, Queen of Reason. Wuk Lamat, if you are father's worthy successor, then you will find your way to me. But should you fall short, I will lay waste to Tuliyollal.
What now?
Takes no small amount of courage to oppose Zoraal Ja and his army. The members of Oblivion must be driven indeed. Nostalgia and Wayakwe remind me of Alphino and myself. Similar, but so very different. We should chat sometime. Trade twin tales. At long last, we're entering the tower. Not that I'm excited or anything. Not undully. 12 help her if she's mentioned anything embarrassing. Well, probably. Right, Kakuya is waiting. Let's head to the tower. Wonder what more Sveen could do for us. I mean, she's somewhat in a almost powerless position, really. Alright. Effective turrets. I assume we're getting pretty close to 98 quests. Ah, there you are. Queen Sveen has registered you as guest. You should be able to march right in. And if she hasn't, then you may have a swarm of Zoraal Ja's minions to deal with. Nothing for it but to see if Sveen has betrayed us, eh? Thank you for your diligent service, friends. My companions and I would like to pass if you'd be so kind. Uprunner Guide Unit identified. Registration number verified. 6 accompany civilians identified, verifying credentials. Credentials verified. Welcome, guests of Queen Sveen. What a relief. There you have it. It seems the Queen was true to her word. Follow me, everyone. Solution 9 awaits.
ever keep. A tower of electrope piercing a perpetual shroud of storm clouds. Occupying the 9th level of this 12-tiered structure is a residential district called Solution 9. In so naming their home, what hopes did its founders harbor for it? And did it prove the answer they sought?
Spectacular, isn't it? There are more districts throughout the tower, including industrial ones, but Solution 9 is the largest.
Just being here makes my head spin.
Perfectly natural reaction. A city of shimmering electrope, replete with strange technologies that cater to every conceivable need. We never dreamed of the light back home in Tuliyollal. Now, while I go and explain the situation to those in the back room, why not take a moment to explore? I believe lived experiences are far more educational than dry explanations. And you want to know more about Sphene and Zoraal Ja's dominion, do you not?
You have me at explore.
I had a feeling you'd be keen.
Just to confirm, while we have been allowed inside, are we also permitted to roam?
Absolutely. As Sphene's registered guest, you'll find you're exempt from the sentry scrutiny. The elevator to the uppermost level. I wouldn't go near that. But other areas should be fine provided you act like you belong.
All right then, we'll show ourselves around.
Yes. Familiarizing ourselves with the technology here will help us prepare for the battles to come.
Try not to enjoy
too.
yourselves too much, or you're liable to attract attention.
Once you've explored to your satisfaction, come to the entrance to True View in the eastern sector.
True View.
The way from there is a little complicated, so I'll send someone to guide you.
Understood. We'll see you later.
And off they go.
I shall speak with the residents. Perhaps one of them will recognize the earring.
Oh.
What's with this place? How can this all be the inside of a tower?
So, what aren't you telling me? Where are you?
That I can't reveal yet. Precautions, you understand. Just know that I'm safe. But come, tell me about your adventurer friend. You seem to have a great deal of faith in him. You must have been through a lot together.
You might say that. For instance, we found the entrance to the Golden City.
Wait, what? You did? Why didn't you mention this sooner?
You want to explore together? It's not that I'm scared or anything. Everything is just so different from home is all.
Oh, okay. Scaredy cat. Well, we can always start with what's familiar, like those palm trees over there. Towers inside a tower. I see it, but I can't believe it. For now, I say we proceed straight ahead. If we feel like we're getting lost, we can always turn around and go back the way we came. Is that the Aetherites? Oh, we can't mount in here. Oh, I should have tuned to this though. They're like completely different. I mean, obviously, but right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more, 6 more. It just goes up and up and up. Can we even see the top? I wonder if we can actually go up there. A crossroads already? This place is too much. I have no idea where I should go. Right, I've made up my mind. Let's head to that building there. Okay. It looks like a shops or something. Too far away. That's a far way down. You know, there should be some safety railings here, you know? Whoa. What the heck is all that? These are all apartments, I gather? All of those buildings there? Wild. What?
Ah! There you are! Lamati!
Eh?
Sphene!
I was worried you might have had trouble at the checkpoint, but I see everything went according to plan.
Well, that's thanks to you.
Now, I know you've scarcely arrived, but I have a request to make of you.
Oh, a request, you say?
Yes, an important one.
I guess she has to tell us in private? Sort of.
I'll say it plain. I want you to make peace with Zoraal Ja.
What? I thought you said you weren't on his side.
We have come no closer to seeing eye to eye, nor do I condone his methods. Be that as it may, I don't want you to fight him. I don't want you to regret a decision made in anger and haste. Unequipped with regulators as you are, the risk is too great.
I appreciate your concern, but you ask the impossible. Zoraal Ja murdered our father. His minions slaughtered our countrymen. He will never renounce his war. As vow of resolve, it falls to me to stop him. I know you love your people too. And so you must understand how I feel. Why I cannot, will not back down.
I do understand. All too well. Let me say only this then. Zoraal Ja will use any means to win. If you would protect your people, return to them at once and prepare. Prepare as best you can. It may ring hollow coming from the queen of an enemy nation. But unlike me, you still have the power to determine your own fate.
You really are a curious one. Look, you needn't worry for us. We have dependable comrades holding the fort in Tuliyollal. They'll keep everyone safe, so we can devote our attention to affairs here.
Please.
I won't yield on this either. Or never fear, I'll be there alongside her. I think I won't yield on it, because this concerns Eorzea too. It's not just Tuliyollal, but, you know.
So you have comrades on whom you can rely. I envy you.
You know, we'd like to learn more about you.
About me?
To be frank, we're still not sure whether or not you're trustworthy. So, if you have a moment, would you show us around the district? That way, we can get to know you better.
You're asking me, the Queen, to show you around? Oh, but I jest. I'm flattered that you've taken an interest in me. Very well, I shall be your guide. You're my guests, after all, and teaching you about my realm would be a pleasure in and of itself. If you like, I can introduce you to my citizens, too. I consider them family, as you do yours.
By all means, we're in your capable hands.
That you are. This will be an enjoyable and enlightening tour, I promise.
Alright. Kind of different. With Sphene as our guide, we needn't fear getting lost. Oh, that's what you were worried about, eh? I mean... Alright. Let's begin then, shall we? I must say, I'm really grateful. This place is so vast and confusing, I didn't even know where to begin. While the district may seem daunting in size and structure, all the key facilities are situated near ley nodes, what you call aetherites. Remember this and you won't lose your way. Now then, seeing as it is right here, I will show you the Nexus Arcade first. Please follow me. There's a Moogle. This complex is home to all manner of shops, from food and daily necessities to technological conveniences. You can find most everything here. Everkeep's interior is vast, as you've observed. This arcade makes it possible for people to acquire what they need in one centralized location. Amazing. How do you get to the upper levels? I don't see stairs. Do you see the glowing pattern over yonder? That is an automatic conveyor. Such contraptions are found throughout Everkeep, allowing us to swiftly move between faraway places. That will spare us some walking. Are they also made from the strange metal? What's it? Yes, the conveyors are powered by electrope. As a matter of fact, the ore is integrated into just about everything in Everkeep, even the floors and walls. By etching arcane circuits upon it, electrope can be used to convert lightning energy to those of other elements. In so doing, we can achieve various effects. For instance, a conversion to wind produces flotation, which is required for the propulsion of our flying vehicles. A conversion to fire, meanwhile, produces light and heat, and it is employed in devices such as street lamps and heaters. There are even self-heating cups that keep your drink warm. Can you make a drink cold if you convert to ice instead? You certainly can. Our vending machines do just that. What's more, multiple energies can also be combined to produce some clever effects. For instance, by manipulating the air with wind while projecting light with lightning, it is possible to alter one's appearance. It's almost scary what you can do with electrope. If such a wondrous material existed in our world, I imagine everyone would be fighting over it. The shop over here, what does it sell? Ah, yes. Let's go and take a look. Dare say you will find it interesting. I wonder if, like, there was a war before the Cataclysm. Are you serious? Rodina? Oh my goodness. What's all this? Shop sells food. Those are the items on the counter. That's food? I can't imagine what they taste like. I thought you might be surprised. Your countrymen were too in the beginning. Come, you must sample something. Choose one and I will purchase it. Welcome, friends. How lucky you are for Her Majesty to treat you. The 5 items on display are our most popular. I recommend one of them if this is your first time. Scan an item that interests you. I wonder if this is grape. The synthetic fruit pellets. They're our best approximation of the taste and texture of grape. I've never tried the real fruit, so I can't say how faithful they are, but there's no denying their popularity. No. Not quite sure what this is. Water, maybe? Long rectangular bar. This is probably like a protein bar or something. Hexagon pattern bag. Black and yellow tin. Okay, maybe this is a hot food item? This here is cultivated steak. It's not quite the same as the real thing they produce in the outskirts, but it's a sight more affordable. This particular product is known as Gold Label, and it's a delicious hybrid of beef and chicken grown at the plant on the 4th level. Okay, so it was a hot item. I wonder if this is a donut right here. Ah yes, the salad paste. Oh, okay. This is designed for those who are concerned about their figure. With its blend of 9 varieties of vegetables, it'll help your efforts to slim down. Fashion models swear by it, and youths can't get enough of this stuff either. Want that. Keen on the perfect meal bar, are you? It's all the nutrients your body needs packed into a single foodstuff. The flavor is formulated to never taste dull, and one bar will satisfy you for a whole day. Many folks prefer this to taking multiple meals. Handy for traveling. Ah, the Revivifying Tonic. I take it you're thirsty. The flavor is a sublime blend of sweet and salty, and it stays fresh for over 10 years thanks to the special container. What should we choose? I'm gonna go with the grape. It's Final Fantasy XIV grapes. The synthetic fruit pellets. They're our best approximation of the taste and texture of grape. Alright, let's do this. While they're all very tempting, I'm going to have the steak. I'm absolutely starving. Thank you for your custom. This being Her Majesty's treat, it's bound to taste all the better. Say, would you mind sampling your selections here and now? It's been a long time since we had newcomers, and I'd love to see your reactions. Oh, we've got a crowd. This is a great chance to learn about Alexandrian culture, Rohi. Let's dig in. Alright. Alright, here I go. Following Wuk Lamat's lead, you sample your selection. Amazing! I've never had any meat like this before. It's tender like chicken, but flavorsome like Ronique, and the spices give it just the right amount of kick. I could eat this every day. Well, they're certainly happy. Don't mind them. They're just happy to see your honest reaction. And how about you? I'm gonna say it's interesting. Hahaha, it's always such a pleasure. My thanks for humoring me. This does take me back, though it was chaotic when the people of Tuliyollal first arrived. We endeavored to learn about one another and embraced our differences. Ah, right. What about you, Sven? Aren't you having something to eat too? I appreciate the thought, but I'm fine for now, thank you. Alright, but what's your favorite food, if you don't mind me asking? My favorite food? Why do you wish to know this? Because I want to get to know you better. Why else? The more you know someone, the more you grow fond of them. That's what my old man believed, and my experiences have led me to believe the same. My favorite food? Is it such a difficult question? I'm sorry, when I think of those who labor to bring us the food, I find I can't settle on one thing. I thought I was indecisive, but you're something else. Indecisive? Perhaps I am, but you didn't need to laugh about it. Oh. It's like a little Mamulja kid. My favorite food? That is a question I may never be able to answer. Is it because you don't eat? I don't know about you, but I'm satisfied. Let's keep moving. Very well. Next, I was thinking of showing you the residential sector, but it's in part so I can't tend to personal matters. It's a visitation to be precise, and I believe it would be educational for you as well. Would the two of you mind accompanying me? Not at all. Wonderful. Let me know when you have seen enough here and we'll make our way. Alright, ready? Then let's head to the residential sector. It lies to the southwest. As we walk, I would be glad to tell you about any places of interest that we can come upon. Alright, so they're going to follow us. I'm going to go this way first. Air Wheeler Dealer? Oh, you can just buy one for 7,500? Or 7.5 million, sorry. What is this place? A bar? This is Mosaic, a cafe. Here you can buy drinks to enjoy while you relax. See, in Tuliyollal there's a similar establishment called Chabalyev. That's Shishel in the local tongue. Is there a story behind the name of Mosaic? There is. In our continent, the races are named for stones. There's the Hayun, who resemble some Tonawata, the tall and graceful Eldites, and the diminutive and affable Malalia, or Malala. When they all gather here, they appear as a mosaic of colors. Thus did the founder choose the name to name the cafe. That's nice. If they serve tacos here, it'd be perfect. Tacos? A traditional Turali dish, and one of my favorite foods. You must try it one day. Yes, definitely. We'll make it happen once we've restored peace to Tuliyollal. Right, let's continue on. Are we going past the... Oh, we did go past an Aetherites. I'll get that later. And here we are. These buildings are where our citizens live. They're massive. Each one is bigger than the palace. They have to be, for just about all Alexandrians have apartments here. Lest you wonder, I'm here to visit some people. Their apartment is in the building on the left here at residential radius 914. Residential radius? That's right. Come, the door opens automatically. They have water in it though. This is the lobby, a common area for residents. I see, and what does that machine there do? Ah, the concierge. They look after the residents. If you require assistance or have questions, they would be glad to assist. Is that so? I've no shortage of questions, but I'll direct them at you for now. By all means, you may consider me your personal concierge. Isfine, can anyone live in this place? Naturally. In fact, many of our countrymen make their homes here. No matter your origin or race, occupation, or regulator usage, all Alexandrian citizens are eligible for an apartment. This includes those you met who work in the outskirts. You've taken care of everyone for 30 years. I'm truly grateful. This is the place. A mother and son live here. Hello, Isadora. Your Majesty, you came. I have friends with me today, is that alright? Of course, friends of the Queen are friends of ours. Please, make yourselves at home. How has Milos been? Been no change, but the symptoms are thankfully mild today. Hello, Milos. Have you missed me? My son was born with Levin sickness, a severe etheric imbalance towards lightning. As a result, he suffers from paralysis. He can't walk. I think we're back. My internet went out. So let's log back in and hopefully we don't have too much longer to go on this quest line. Okay. I think things are connected. Okay, let's see here. Where were we? Oh, we gotta go all the way back. Well, let's try and speed through it, I guess, to get to that point. I'm not sure how much we have to redo again. But at least we can get the Ethernet shard. I might be able to like just teleport over unless it wants me to go through everything again. Oh, okay. Yep, we can just go back to that point. I guess we're able to like get back into the games, like the servers aren't overloaded anymore, so that's a relief. Get to the part where she's talking about fun, how he smiles when she's here, he has Levin sickness. Alright. You needn't worry about me, Your Majesty. You always make time for us, and we have everything we need. I'm glad to hear that, but you mustn't strain yourself, understood? There is nothing you can do for him? Perhaps a treatment with souls, or... Fortunately, no. While souls can revive those who have met with an accident, they cannot reverse the effects of old age and illness. Truth be told, many children are born like Milos. The illness has existed for generations, but we've been unable to find a cure. The cause is quite clear though, the excess lightning in the environment. It's no coincidence the number of cases has risen dramatically these past 30 years. It's all my fault. What was that? I'm sorry, Isadora, but I must be going. I promise to make a proper visit next time, with treats to share. There's no need to apologize, Your Majesty. If it weren't for you, Milos and I wouldn't still be here. Thank you, Queen Sveen. It's my pleasure, Milos. I'll be back soon, so be a good boy for your mother and for me. What? To think that there was such an illness. My thanks for accompanying me on the visit. The illness is part of life in Alexandria, and I thought you should know about it. We'll find a cure one day, mark my words. We'll make it so unfortunate children like Milo smile again. Alright, there we go. Funny that I got disconnected like right before then. Internet. Alright. I guess my thoughts on everything. Where to even begin? There's been such a lot, and also like so little. I mean, an entire new area, zone, and everything. We've been to Heritage Found. We did a new dungeon, which is the Vanguard. And we're now in Solution 9, the new city. And there's a whole bunch of stuff that we can do here that unlocks. Including the House of Splendors, except it's their version of House of Splendors, which is hilarious. Can't wait to start doing that. Yeah, so I'll be getting the rest of the Aetherites. Oh, I guess I can't go here yet, can I? I'll be getting the rest of the Aetherites eventually, and then hopefully I'll get the mount speed for both Heritage Found or I already have Shiloni, so that's fine. Yeah, I'll try and get some fates done in Heritage Found. I don't know if I can get to this area yet. It looks like there's a grid divide over here, so we'll see. But I'll try and do some fates, get mount speed. And I've got Darknight Summoner and Pictomancer. Pictomancer's really close. Summoner will catch up a little bit. Darknight easily get some roulettes done. Yeah, so for story-wise, Sphene is in kind of a precarious place, you know, very, things are a bit delicate. Yeah, with Zoraal Ja and how he is, and what's happened in the past 30 years for them. I mean, it's been a day or two for us, but 30 years for them? Can only imagine, right? And also what other troubles there are. It seems that Sphene isn't... She's hiding some things, probably for the best. And she's only... It really truly is, she just wants to protect her people. First most and fourth most. So... Is that a QR code? And yeah, very interesting new zone. I'm not quite sure about the music of the new zone. Not the city, but Heritage Found. It's like interesting. It kind of gives me weird vibes though, like something is being hidden from us, you know? That kind of weird vibe. And then obviously the technology of their soul cells and everything. I mean, they did it to continue living and survive the survival of their species and everything like that in their reflection, I suppose. It's interesting because like if these are all filled with people's apartments, people's lives, like dang, that means there's a lot of people that live here, so they went to great lengths to do things. And then the technology of the electrope and all that is pretty fascinating. And as far as the Krile storyline, she mentioned that she's going to be searching this city for anyone that knows of her earrings, so we'll see if Krile is actually a part of these species of peoples that live throughout here. It seems that they have all of the same races that we have in Eorzea. Maybe not that all of what they have in Tuliyollal, but at least Eorzea. We've seen Elizin, Lullafell, Makote, Midlander, Highlander, like their versions of it. I don't know if I've seen Hrothgar yet. Or Viera. You know, we've seen Viera. I'm not sure about Hrothgar yet. I mean, we can go look around in the city, see if we can find one. Then that would answer that. And as far as... Oh, do they have Ora peoples? That's another one that we can look for. So far... I mean, if there was anyone, they'd be in arcade, but there's also going to be a lot of player characters there, so... Well, anyways, yeah, this place is really cool. I mean, it's very high-tech, sci-fi. It ticks all the boxes. Look at this car. Now you can buy the motorbike here. It's also like a drone almost. Yeah, and I'll probably get some more gear because I'm starting to feel the lack of better gear right now, but we'll see. And yeah, so I'll be continue streaming tomorrow night. Probably same time. It might be later. We'll see. Yeah, it might be a little bit later. Just trying to think of what else. But okay, I'll stop rambling, and ooh, we can do retainers here. Okay. Yeah, so drink some water, stay hydrated. I know I need to drink some water. My throat is parched from all this talking. You know, be kind to someone today, even if it's being kind to yourself. Self-love is always good. And I'll catch you next time. Thanks for watching. Thanks for everyone watching this later on YouTube. And bye for now.